Thank you. Ms. Tondra Foley will read our mission statement. Ms. Foley? Dan?
I don't know. She promised me she would be here Friday. I don't know why she's not. I apologize. I will pull up and read it again. I've tried twice now. She doesn't seem to be able to understand. I'll do it for her.
That's okay.
Please forgive me.
That's all right.
So
we practiced with her Friday.
That's
Thursday,
okay.
Friday.
That's okay.
All right,
Look,
so let me read the mission statement. The mission of the Louisiana State Board of Medical Examiners is to protect and improve the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Louisiana through licensing, regulation, research, and discipline of physicians and allied health professionals in a manner that protects the rights and privileges of the licensees.
Thank you very much. I would invite any public comments to be emailed to publiccomments@lsbme.la.gov. Again, public comment at lsbme.gov, and it will be read into the record. I remind all
Mary
of our,
Payton has her hand raised. I'm sorry.
Ms. Payton?
Hi, I apologize for interrupting. I checked the website. I don't see that the link is posted.
The link is posted.
Okay.
Might have to refresh your screen.
Okay,
Let's just take a
thank you
minute
so
until
much.
we assure that the public is able to hear us. I will take you do, Alan?
It's live
Yes,
on
sir.
YouTube, sir.
It's live on YouTube.
I may proceed, Ms. Payton?
Yes,
please.
sir.
Okay. I remind all of our staff and board members that your mics will be muted and to use the raise hand function to be recognized. I also ask that once you are recognized, please state your name before speaking. I also advise you that if you mute your mic yourself, it may not be able to be unmuted by Dr. Collada or Mr. Alan Phillips. You may notice some changes to the executive session format, which were made a few months ago. These changes were made to protect due process and right of affected practitioners. Additionally, we must now ask that any additions to the executive session agenda be made now or anytime before the completion of the public session. We will no longer be able to add additions to the executive agenda after the close of public session. Also, all public session agenda items need to occur before we begin the executive session as stated. These changes were being made on the advice of the Attorney General's office. Dr. Collada, are there any public comments?
At this time, I see none, sir.
Okay, is there any motions for that in the agenda items at this time?
Dr. Clark, I'm sorry to interrupt. Do you want to have Dr. Band call the roll?
Yes, please call the roll.
Yes, sir. Dr. Weather,
Here.
Dr. Johnson,
Here.
Dr. Horton,
Here.
Dr. Yu,
Here.
Dr. Thomas, Dr. Thomas, Dr. Clark,
Here.
Ms. Sport,
Here.
Dr. Valentine,
Here.
Dr. O'Neill,
Here.
Dr. Taylor, Dr. Taylor. I just see he came up again to try and be admitted. I will admit him again. But he is not in at this time. I will call his name in a few seconds. Right now you have a quorum. You have 8, and Dr. Thomas is not in, and Dr. Taylor is trying to sign in again.
Okay. Okay, so as we begin the public session and calling this meeting to order as previously done, the first item up on the agenda is the approval of minutes. They have a draft from February 22nd and a draft from a special call meeting from March 16th. I ask the board to take the time to review the minutes, make any comments or suggestions, additions, subtractions as needed, and then we can have a motion to accept either one or both. Dr. Taylor is texting me at the moment. It says that he is in the LSBME waiting room. Alan?
Yes, sir. We clicked to join or allowed him to join.
Okay,
There he goes. He's in.
he's in. Welcome, Dr. Taylor.
Thank you. Sorry, it rains out here, therefore there's no internet.
Where we are right now, Dr. Taylor, we have just started the meeting, and we're at the first item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes from the draft of February and of our special meeting in March 16th. And we're asking the members to take a look at them and see if they have any corrections or additions. And then I will accept the motion to approve either one or
Mr.
both.
President,
Yes.
with your permission, I'll mark Dr. Taylor present in the meeting.
Okay, go ahead. That's fine. Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve sport,
Ms. Ford, are you moving to approve both or one?
both.
Both drafts? Both drafts?
Yes,
Do I have
sir.
do I have a second to approve both drafts of the minutes?
Second, Horton.
Seconded by Dr. Horton. Any other discussion? Ben, please call the roll.
On the approval of the minutes, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Here.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas, Dr. Thomas, Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor, Dr. Taylor,
He's having internet issues. I'm sure he's going to be in and out, Van.
Dr. Taylor is muted. That's part of the problem.
Oh, he's muted. Okay. Let me text him and tell him he's muted.
Let me see if I can take him off. I'm gonna ask him to unmute.
Okay.
Well, you have 8 yays, 1 abstention, and 1 not responding.
Okay. Motion carries. Dr. Cloud, do you have some follow-up action items?
Yes, sir, we do. Let me pull those up. Okay, we had a request about the board permitting physicians to delegate to unlicensed allied professionals to initiate intravenous catheters or monitor an IV when the physician is present. And we have a draft response. Mary has worked on this with us and our staff has done it. I think this is an appropriate way because there was not enough clarification. We responded the best way we could and told if they want to clarify, they could come up and ask again, but this is the response that we recommend that you approve.
I said here instead of yes.
Okay. Dr. Cloud, you want to give a brief description of the response for the public?
Okay, it's up on the screen. Everybody can read it. Sir.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm sorry. All right. Thank you. I was looking down. I wasn't looking at the screen. All right. This will need a motion to approve the draft. Is there a motion to approve?
Weather so
Move
moved.
to approve, Horton.
Dr. Weather and Dr. Horton is seconded. Any more discussion on the draft? Hearing none. Van, why don't you call the roll? Please.
Okay, on the IV and MA matter as presented, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes, and would you make it a change on my last, on the minutes? That was supposed to be a yes, not an extension for me, Dan. Thank
I
you.
made that
Yes.
correction already for you, sir.
Thank you.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas, Dr. Thomas,
Gotcha.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
Okay,
All righty. So motion carries.
all right, the
Next
next
is the-
one, a licensure question. And this is a company does partners with physicians to do in-house cardiopulmonary exercise stress testing. And they want the exercise physiologist will conduct the test while the physician is in the building. They thought that this would qualify as an exemption. Staff reviewed the law and the rules and felt that this was, yes, they will need to hire a Louisiana licensed clinical physiologist to administer the graded exercise test. The administration of a cardiopulmonary test may be undertaken only by a person who is licensed to do so. But in the case of an unlicensed person who does it under physician supervision, the physician must obtain direct and immediate personal supervision where the physician is present at all times that the unlicensed physician provides a service, not just in the building, but consider immediate on-site supervision. And then they asked about following the exemption. And under the scenario would be the physician would be in the building, as we said, and this is not the same as direct and immediate physician supervision. And based on the parameters you've described, it would be necessary to hire a physician, a licensed clinical exercise physiologist for the contemplated position. So this is our response. It affirms the rules and the laws at this time, and I would recommend that you adopt it or approve it, I should say.
Thank you, Dr. Kalana. I have an overall question when you're presenting, how much access does the public have to these, to see all of this? Is this all on YouTube? So
It
they
is
can
all on
see
YouTube I'm actually just showing it right now. The
No,
letter
I
is
just
up
want
on
to
the
make
screen.
sure that as
Yes.
we, that they have the opportunity to take the time to read everything as we go through it, especially these draft letters and what we're approving, et cetera, that, we give them time to take a look at all of it. Because it's not public until we actually post this on the YouTube. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So we just need to be sure that either that or we need to, like I mentioned earlier, like you did on the last one, read through the most important points.
And that's what I just did.
I think you did a great job. I just want to commend you on that, but I think that's what we need to do in the future as
Yes,
well. Okay, so motion to approve this draft response. Do I have a motion from the floor?
So move, Valentine.
Dr. Valentine has moved, seconded.
O'Neill.
Dr. O'Neill, any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas, Dr. Thomas, Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
You have 9 yeas and 1 abstention.
Motion carries.
Dr. O'Neill has his hand raised.
Dr. O'Neill?
Yeah, I just, Ben, along those lines, what Rob was asking, is there any way to post these when we to our website before so people can actually read them? Because when I'm watching you move that all around, I would have a hard time reading it. I don't know if we have an obligation to do that.
I would let our legal counsel respond to that question.
Gary, you have the floor.
Thanks. We have not in the past posted every letter that is before the board. In the past, of course, people were in person and could easily request a copy of a draft letter should they want to do so. Additionally, what we do, however, to let everybody know that we are going to be talking about this type of thing, is we post it, the title of it, to the agenda. So, so that there is some some reference on it.
So the agenda
can-
that's online.
Well, they can request, for
Right.
instance, it's listed as status report on action items of prior board meetings. They can actually ask for a copy of those. In the prior meetings, we've indicated to the board that we got correspondence regarding these things and would be drafting a response to them. And that's the sort of thing that they can ask for in particular. If we want to do something more in depth, we could explore doing that on the website in advance.
Just wondering, and I'm not suggesting another technological addition to our already glitchy situation. So
Let me say this to you, Dr. O'Neill, based on your suggestion, let's get us through 1 or 2 meetings with the change into executive session, and then we'll come up with a way to address your concern, possibly even posting these on the website during an hour before the meeting.
I think that would be appropriate. I like that idea. It'd be
Yeah,
easier to do.
you got to admit,
Thank
some of them are pretty dense. I mean, some of them are like 3 pages and pretty dense. So that's the only reason I asked.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you for your comments, Dr. O'Neill. Speaking of the public, are there any comments currently from the public at this time?
I see none at this time, sir.
Okay. Next on the agenda is application questions.
Okay. In suggestion by one of the board members, Ms. Sport, Mary has put together some suggestions to change the application oath questions and the renewal application oath questions. And I think they're appropriate. If you approve them, we will implement them within the next 48 to 72 hours on all of our electronic applications and reapplications.
Well, let's do this. Let's ask for a motion and a second, and we can have some discussion about them. Is there a motion to approve these changes to the application questions?
Sport moves.
Sport has moved. Do we have a second?
Weather second.
Dr. Weather is seconded. Any discussion?
I have some comments since I'm the one that brought it up, if you don't mind.
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay. The NPDB distinguishes between medical malpractice cases and civil judgments. And in a malpractice case, there's required reporting to the NPDB for confidential terms of a settlement or a judgment. That does not excuse an entity from the statutory requirement to report a payment to the NPDB or from providing a narrative describing the payment. And then, but under civil judgments, the NPDB takes a different approach and says that the reporting requirement does not include consent judgments that have been agreed upon and entered to provide security for civil settlements in which there's been no finding of admission or liability. So it totally misses a whole group of civil settlements which may be related to the practice of law but weren't filed under a medical malpractice act. And that's why I suggested that we change our renewal form, as have some other states, to require physicians to report to us other civil judgments, other than medical malpractice judgments, which have been settled. And that's it.
Dr.
Any other
Yu,
comments? Dr. Yu?
Yes, I'm a little bit concerned about this change, because now you're asking physicians for allegations made to you. It hasn't been proven that the allegations are true. Am I interpreting this correctly?
I will ask Miss Mary Payton to answer that question for you.
Yes,
Ms. Payton.
Dr. Yu. Yes, Dr. Yu, you're correct. It does capture both the idea of claims which allege intentional misconduct and or med mal and or fraud, or which may have arisen or related to their practice. the thought process to changing it to request claims as well as settlements is that we've seen in the past, and this I think was one of the complaints, that we've only received settlements and been unaware of a case that had perhaps been ongoing for years. And so the effort was to capture at least the knowledge of the case existing or the claims having been made. Some claims can be settled prior to any case being fought in court or alleged in a med mal claim.
Dr. Creswell has his hands raised.
Any other board members at this time? Dr. Creswell.
Hey, good morning. I just wanted to also remind the board with this change, we are going to have a significant increase in the number of cases that the investigations department will have to look at, which we may not be able to conclude within 90 days, or maybe even 2 years, depending on how long the court case goes. So if we're looking at allegations and we start looking at active cases, there's going to be many times when the attorney of the respondent may choose not to respond pending the outcome of the court case, or will request that the board not render a decision until the outcome of the court case. A lot of this will be for just information, but not that we would have the ability to act on it right away for many of them. But I just want to let the board know, because you will see the increased number in requests for extensions, which may go on for quite some time. And I just want to make you aware of that.
Dr. Horton or Dr. Johnson?
Okay,
This
Dr.
is
Johnston,
Dr.
Dr. Horton, either wish. Go ahead, Dr. Horton.
My concern about this is that it will take in a lot of things that have nothing to do with medical practice, and some things that are specifically related to some of the other work physicians do. For example, I'm a deputy coroner. If people that deputy coroners have seen for emergency certificates complain about those certificates, while that's not part of treating a patient, those would be included. And there can be many, many. The other thing is that civil things that are settled outside of court, like, a neighbor complains that your boat dock is over the property line, or, such things as that have nothing to do with your medical practice, are going to tie up applications and send the investigations and licensing department that already have a huge job into having to spend even more time looking at these application checks. So I'm really concerned that this is not specific to the purpose we're addressing in medical licensing and should be addressing.
Dr. Weather?
Dr. Weather.
Yes, I concur. And in fact, not only is that a problem, it's also an issue germane to queries or questions from the staff, because this is the aspect of this and we can kind of go on, and it's quite captious to the extent that you almost need a counsel, an attorney, to be able to answer this question. And it goes on and on and on. And basically, I think, and frankly, this is really quite involved and will cause perhaps more problems than really what it's worth in terms of adding this kind of language. Looking at this, then I really have to search hard and long to be able to go through this, because all the different involvements and the alterations that I see would really not be, to me, acceptable.
Thank you, Dr. Weather.
Kim Sport,
Kim?
Yes, maybe it's not written as clearly as it could be. I know Mary
Would
really,
you like consider bringing it back and maybe refine this a little
I
bit?
think so, because the whole,
Okay,
getting back to what Dr. Horton said, all of these cases need to be related.
be
to your
more
practice.
specific in the question, yes.
Yeah, it needs to be related to your practice.
Yeah,
It's not something
yeah.
to do with, your
Well,
house.
I do think we need to, I do support some changes. But I think we need to bring it back to the board. And I would, if you would like to withdraw your motion, I think that would be I would accept that and we could bring this back next month, or if you'd be okay with that. Go ahead.
Dr. O'Neill.
Dr. O'Neill?
Yeah, just real quick. I know Kim's probably going to bring it back, but Kim, there's also the issue of a lot of us, it's not uncommon for insurance companies to require the people they're covering, malpractice insurance companies, to settle. And the physician wants to continue challenging it, and they kind of force your hand. And if you force it too much, they'll walk away. And my concern is some of that would also be reported.
Mary Payton.
Ms. Payton?
I can certainly bring it back. I appreciate everybody's comments. This is exactly why it was put on the agenda, so that we could get everybody's concerns involved. And in particular, I'd like to be able to get together with Dr. Cresswell with regard to how these types of answers are tracked with regard to malpractice and so forth, as opposed to opening an entire case, to see if we could phrase it in such a way that doesn't overburden the investigations department, but perhaps still captures what everybody else has seemed to align with, the idea of cases actually related to practice.
Yeah, we definitely have a little gap in being able to monitor this. So we need to tighten it up a little. So I'll appreciate your coming back with another revised edition of these questions. So we will move on unless there are any other comments. Any questions or comments from the public? Any comments from Dr. Collada? Any comments from the public at this time?
At this time, I have seen none.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is communication and information. Dr. Collada, you have the floor.
At your request, sir, the board placed on the agenda information about what was going on in the state massage board under review. This was an article from the paper, and then there was a report from public citizens about hospitals dropping the ball on physicians' oversight. And then there was an issue of, probably more germane to us, the dental scope of practice in treating sleep apnea. Those were placed for discussion, and you are the chairman, so you can lead the discussion, sir.
No, I just felt that, we should just see what's out there, and what's swirling around us. The massage board, there were some criticisms about their laxity in the way they've been handling their board. And I didn't know if, just for information, it always keep us on our toes, make sure that we're doing the great job that we continue to do. The report on hospitals that are not reporting physician actions, I think is something we need to look at. I think there is a statute in our state that doesn't really mandate that hospitals report. Miss Mary Payton, please correct me if I'm overstepping.
It's a federal standard.
I think it's a federal standard, but it's not a state standard. And so therefore they don't usually report, not always report. And you can see that Louisiana has one of the, unfortunately, I think one of the highest rates of non-reporting. And if that's something that we need to look into, just mostly these are FYIs. And then again, the dental scope of practice changes that we can keep knocking on our door from different professions. It's always something we just want to keep our eyes on. But if there are any comments about any of these three, please feel free to open up the floor for discussion.
Kim Sport and Dr. Johnson have their hand raised.
Dr. Johnson.
No.
I'm sorry, it's Horton.
Dr. Horton, go ahead.
On the dental scope of practice and sleep apnea concern, Is that the one you were last speaking of?
Whichever you prefer, any topic you want to talk on. Speak
Okay,
on.
on that item, I may be missing something, but on the agenda, when I read it, it says that we were given a copy of the letter, and I don't see the copy of the letter that they're saying they provided.
I agree, the copy wasn't in there.
Kim Sport.
Sport.
Okay, on the requirement for hospitals to report physicians, I noticed that Louisiana does have a statute, and it's called the Louisiana Healthcare Professionals Reporting Act. And it requires healthcare entities to report an adverse action against healthcare professionals, but only for impairment, and not for any other adverse actions that the hospital may take against the physician. And a number of other states, maybe 30 or more, have their own statutes which require reporting of physician disciplinary actions to the state boards like ours. So if you look at New York, Alaska, Alabama, and California, and I can go on, they do have a requirement to report actions regarding professional ethics, negligence, incompetence, moral turpitude, sexual misconduct, abusive or disruptive behavior, or drug or alcohol abuse. So our statute in Louisiana is very, very limited. And I think it would be a very easy fix in the future, if we decide that this is important, to add to our existing Louisiana Healthcare Professionals Reporting Act the other actions that are not covered in this impairment statute. That's all that I want to say.
Very interesting information. Thank you for that information.
You're welcome.
I think it may be something we need to look into in the future. That would be probably require legislation, and we couldn't do that by rule, right, Ms. Patricia?
Excuse me.
Yes, definitely. It's provided in law, and we would have to change the law to make it more expansive.
But I think it's pretty restrictive currently in law, so we may want to consider in the future looking into that. Maybe we can just keep this on the back burner, but kind of move it up closer to the front burner as time goes along, that we need to maybe deal with this.
Mary Payton has her hand raised.
Mary?
May I clarify? So the Healthcare Professionals Reporting Act requires entities in state to report to us as the professional board. And I just want to clarify that earlier the question was, are they required to report to the NPDB? And that's why I referenced the federal rule and the federal law with regard to that. So that two different entities to which they're reporting. The federal law requires them not only to report to us, but also to the NPDB. Louisiana's law only requires them to report to us. And my understanding of the question was, you were asking when do they have to respond to the NPDB because of the NPDB report from 2009 that's on the agenda. So while it's true there is a Louisiana Reporting Act, as Ms. Sports already stated, it's somewhat limited and they only have to respond to us.
Susie Allen.
Susie?
Just a few points to make. I was also going to bring up what is known as the duty to report law that Ms. Sport referred to. And I do want to mention that that is actually in our physician jurisprudence course. Also wanted to mention that this issue is definitely being considered by the FSMB in general in some of its work, in particular as it pertains to sexual boundary issues that that hospital entities and other healthcare entities should be required to report issues of that nature. So there is some work. Obviously, there's very much jurisdictional issues abound in as we consider this, but there is work being done at the FSMB level about this. I also did want to say that while I think Public Citizen does very good work, I do want to point out that this report is dated 2009, which means the data probably comes from 2007 or 2008 at the latest. And so hopefully there's better reporting. I do think that's an important point to make. That's an old report.
Correct.
Well, I appreciate the information about the Federation. I think we can look to see what they're propagating and what they're working on. And if they come out with something, then hopefully we can kind of look at it and see if we can incorporate that into what we want to do in our state. So, Susie, if you could keep an eye on that, I'd appreciate it, and keep the board updated.
And Mr. President,
Yes.
I would tell you that there was no letter attached. This is all we got from Dr. Ramar.
Oh, okay. All right.
Dr. Horton or Dr. Johnson?
Yeah,
We wish. Go ahead.
yeah, I have a point of clarification from maybe Dr. Creswell. So if a hospital, I suppose they're not bound by law to report something to us, but they certainly have the opportunity, if they would like to, depending upon the gravity of a situation, to report something, whether it be a workplace unprofessionality or whatever. I'd like for him to comment on that, if that is indeed in place in our state, if that is happening. And number two, if a hospital is not bound to report, an incident or a situation to us, do they not have the responsibility in some instances beyond disability situations to report instances to the National Physicians Database, which indeed then that same information would be available to the investigations department during their deliberations of everything from licensure to whatever. So what is the overall, from Dr. Creswell and the investigations department perspective, what do we have this information coming to us anyway, or not?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Johnson. Yes, you are correct. But the answer is yes to both. So the hospitals do often submit complaints directly to us concerning physicians who have either unprofessional conduct or other incidences where the hospital opens their own internal investigation. Also, if there is any restriction of the physician's privileges, whether they're temporary, permanent, that is reportable by mandate to the National Practitioner Data Bank. And this is something that we will receive on 100% of our licensees. And we do open cases whenever we receive this type of information.
So, Dr. Creswell, would this be the reason that this particular legislative law or statute has not been taken further in a practical perspective? They feel that we're getting the information we need anyway?
I can't say with 100% certainty if that's the reason why they haven't taken it up or expanded, but we do receive the vast majority of this information. Now, whether it's mandated by law or whether it's up to hospitals' individual preference, we do receive these things. I just don't believe that, I think the law that was being proposed or the change that was being recommended would mandate certain things where currently it's left up to hospital preference. But we do receive many of these.
It'd be interesting to have the hospital associations, rural and community, and as well as university, what their take on this is as well as we look into this. Very interesting subject.
Yes, sir.
Well, this may evolve into a little hearing. If we get back down into New Orleans, we could actually have the experts come in and speak to this. Maybe we can see which direction we need to go, or if we need to go in any direction. But that's a good discussion. Any other discussion on this topic? On these topics? Any other comments All right, seeing none. The president's report is next. And I'd like to say I'm happy to report that the resolution just passed 2 weeks ago has been requested for information by both chairs of Health and Welfare in the Senate and House. Our mental health program that the board has been working on continues. Its pace has slowed somewhat due to the fact that we've been preoccupied with a lot of other issues, but nevertheless, we will not give up on it and will continue to pursue it. Council and Dr. Collada met with the Attorney General's office, and we're presenting a working proposal for a bill to relieve the board, LSBME board members from some antitrust issues. He will have more in his executive director report. Ms. Allen continues to work diligently towards a study involving physician death in Louisiana from 1990 through 2015. And how this may relate to board action. I'm hoping by the next meeting, we'll have the preliminary report. I hope to make some time with Dr. Horton and Dr. Neal for their advice. I've had to push a meeting back, and I apologize to them. You'll find on the agenda the ratification for a full-time assistant DOI. I personally feel that a physician dedicated to full-time to the agency is what is needed. I ask for your support. And please keep your calendars open because the legislative session is right around the corner. And we feel that it's important that the board members be there. I think it makes a difference. So again, that's my report. And I will move on to the executive director's report, Dr. Collada.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I need to tell you that document scanning is now well underway. We're about to complete the scanning of a large number of investigation files. And when that is complete, we'll begin removing the file shelving and plan to add new cubicles on the 4th floor, affording more workspace for the investigations department. We'll soon begin scanning the minutes and agendas of our board meetings that go back into the 1800s. We will be performing some preservation of these ancient documents and converting them into a typewritten version for OCR scanning. So we will be able to review that information and search it like we will any other document in the agency. We anticipate that some of this may be utilized for object d'art in the building and possibly will be sent to the archives of the state if they desire it. We've now had a total of 6 Zoom conferences on the use of CE Broker, and the number continues in an upward direction in terms of signups and utilization. And I'm going to share with you now a little demonstration on what we're showing people in CE Broker right now. And it seems to be working very well. I'm gonna try and get to it right now. Okay. Okay, so you should be seeing this now on your screen. And you can see in the URL bar right here, we type cebroker.com. And when you hit enter, it takes us to the CE Broker, and people have to select the plan. So when they select the plan, if they've not signed up, they have to select the plan. When they click on plans, then you have to pick one of 3 plans: concierge, professional, and basic. This is the no cost. This seems to be the biggest problem. People seem to want to start the free trial and not the no cost. And then they get upset because they have to give their credit card. And so we work them through this. We talk to people on a regular basis. And a lot of these classes and Zoom conferences are helping to eliminate more of this problem. So anyway, you click on Get Basic. And when you click on Get Basic, you enter your license number as it appears on your card. And that will allow you to then put in your license number, and then you will establish the account. Sometimes people put in the wrong license number. Sometimes they don't know what their license number looks like. But if you're asked, it appears exactly as it appears on your license card. And that's what the computer is designed and programmed to receive. So at that point, I'm going to show you, I'm going to sign in. and show you how easy it is to add a course real quickly. So basically, I have completed all my requirements. In basic, it only tells you if you're complete or non-complete. If you pay $29 a year, it will say you have 10 of the required 20 or 4 of the required 8 or whatever it is. And again, people click on this sometimes and it messes them up, and we keep telling people not to do that. But nonetheless, when you're ready to add, you can either add a transcript or you can add, and we're going to show you that right now by clicking on Report CE. You can do 1 hour, 2 hour courses at a time. You can have your transcript from your AMA, JAMA articles that you read, or from your specialty societies. Now, right now, the American College of Surgeons is now starting to report, I understand, for the beginning of April. Anybody who takes an American College of Surgery or course, it will be sent up automatically if you tell them that you're a Louisiana member of CE Broker and they want your license number, and it will be transcribed and sent to them automatically. Lamico will be up and running for any of their courses, and the Central Louisiana PHO is doing it. LSU is doing it. LSU Shreveport is negotiating with CE Broker, and Oxnard is going to be working with CE Broker to do it as well. So let's show you how to do a simple course. So you tell it the date the course was completed and the number of hours, and you can put any decimal fraction, 1.75, let's say, and you hit continue. And what was the name of the course? And it can be the Mating Habits of Whales. And we would hit continue. And who might be the CME sponsor? The Whale Association. And then you would hit continue. And then who accredited it? It could be the ACCME, AOA if you're an DO. And then American Academy of Family Practice accredits theirs, College of OBGYN, Osteopathic Association, and something accredited by the State Medical Society or the ACCME record, recognized State Medical Society authors of CME. Then you would pick the one that's appropriate, and we might say that one, Family Practice, hit continue, and then it asks you to attach a document. You can do this in a number of ways. If you're on a computer, you can do it as a PDF file. You click, and when you click on that, it says drag or drop or browse, and it brings up in the screen, and I think you can see it. Here's my CME certificate. You can click on that. It appears down below. You click on open, and there it is. And then you come down here to continue, and you submit the CE, and you've now submitted the credit. It tells you it's there. And then if you want to be double sure, you click on View Course History, and it's coming up, and there it is, okay? The Mating Habits of Whales. And, oh, that's a mistake. I didn't want to put that in there. That's for my veterinary license. So you go right here, and you say delete the course, and it's gone. So again, this now keeps all of your courses there, and you can have them just like they need to be. And what you can do is, if you're in another licensed in another state that uses CE Broker, they will transfer them automatically to that other state if you tell them. Or you can print right here, you can download the PDF report of this transcript, and you can send that to your other state, and your license. All the other states are accepting the transcripts from CE Broker. They're not necessarily participating, but they are accepting. Mississippi now participates, Florida participates, Tennessee is coming on, Ohio participates, and I understand that from the Texas Medical Society that they're pushing this right now, but I haven't heard anything else other than that. So I wanted you to see what was going on at this point, just so you would know what's happening from time to time. And I am going to now change, if I can.
Dr. Valentine has her hand raised.
Yes. Dr. Valentine?
You're mute, Diego.
Thank you so much for that, that overview, because I've been getting a lot of questions about CE Broker, but I think it's exactly what you stated here, that they have activate free trial, where people are saying that it keeps coming up to activate my free trial. And I'm telling them, no, it's absolutely for free. You don't have to activate any trial. But now I see exactly where the question is coming from. So I really appreciate this walkthrough. Because
Thank you,
now I
Dr.
see what they're referring to.
Thank you very
you-
much, Dr. Valentine. Appreciate that.
No, thank you.
Susie Allen has her hand raised.
Yes, I just want to add to Dr. Collada's excellent demo there, because we are dealing with this a lot. First of all, we are working with CE Broker, and they are changing things around on their website to hopefully to de-emphasize that select free trial. And of course, the things that I'm writing, I keep saying to people, do not select free trial, do not select. But the other thing I wanted to just say to you all, since you are influencers, is that it's important for any entity that you work with, any hospital organization that might do grand rounds and CME, that it is free for them to create a situation where there's an automatic upload. So if you are working for an entity that does grand rounds every Friday afternoon at noon or something, they just have to fill out a form with CE Broker, and then when they give credit to a physician for doing some CME, that automatic upload will happen and at no cost to the healthcare entity. So I want to make sure you all knew that.
Thank you, Susan. Good information.
Okay.
Dr. O'Neill, I'm sorry, has his hand raised.
All right.
Just real quick, Susie, if I have someone who needs information, an organization like the CME office at Tulane, can I give them your number?
I have already spoken with them and given them the link and the contact at CE Broker. Actually, I've been in contact with LSU Shreveport and Tulane and Ochsner on that with that in mind.
So you talked to Pam Smith. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Well, so again, you can see that you got the report, and that is going on as we speak, and the numbers are growing. And you can look at that report at the end of my report of all of the different license classes that are using CE Broker. Now I want to talk to you about, we're continuing to grant temporary permits. We've now awarded over 2,300 temporary permits. For in-state work, we have over 400 physicians who are in the state and seeing patients, and 1,200 telemedicine permits as well. And those are attached in the report below. We are beginning the annual legislative audit as we speak, and the letter of engagement was authorized and sent to the accounting firm performing our audit. This year, it will not be the legislative auditor that does it, but an independent contracting firm to the state. And I'd like to take a moment at this time to introduce to you our new CFO, Ms. Lakenia Collins. Ms. Collins is on the screen. Maybe she should say hello and she'll light up and people can see what she's talking about.
Good morning, President Clark, and to the other members of the board. It is a pleasure to be on staff with the Louisiana Board of Medical Examiners. I have completed 1 week so far, but the staff is great. Dr. Collada, they have showed me around and getting acquainted with the organization and my staff as well. So it is definitely indeed a pleasure to serve you all. If there's anything that you ever need, financial information, I am here to assist and to just streamline the processes of our office. So thank you, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Collins, it's a pleasure to have you with us, and welcome to the board. This is Rod Clark speaking, and I hope to come down to New Orleans very soon to meet you in person. And Van speaks very highly of you, and your credentials are impeccable. So we're very lucky to have you to be part of our effort to protect the public. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you. And I didn't say anything, but I have 27 years with the state. I've worked with the legislative auditors in several universities and audited several state entities throughout the state of Louisiana. So again, thank you all, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you.
Now, she will not do the financial report this month, so please don't pick on her. She's not ready, but by next month, she'll be ready to go and be doing our financial report. This month, again, will be Mr. Allday. So again, I want to move on and say to you that we met with the Attorney General and his staff, and General Landry has a keen understanding of our concerns about torts and antitrust litigation against our board and its members. And he proposed several solutions One to the tort, he is going to work with ORM and have them modify their policy, and he is going to direct them to offer, in all cases, a defense, and then if it's proven to be an intentional act, you might have to pay the judgment, but he will pay those judgments if they're not. So again, I think if we act within the confines of the requirements and recommendations of our council, I don't think we'll ever have a problem in that regard. With regard to the antitrust, that's a different situation, and the general is very keenly aware of that as well. As you know, he has called it to our attention on numerous occasions over the last couple of years, and he suggested that what we do is establish a fund that boards and commissions optionally have the ability to participate in, and these boards would pay a per licensee fee. So the bigger boards with more licensees would have a higher premium, if you will, than the boards that don't. But nonetheless, that money would be used to pay the Attorney General to review our rules for potential antitrust violations and any disciplinary action before it's finalized for any antitrust implications. Now, it is unlikely that some of these will be problematic, but nonetheless, some boards do not have the staff of attorneys that we have. But again, if you follow the attorney's recommendations, we shouldn't have any problems. I know that it does add a step, but it may solve the issue of the legislative audit secondary level review. But nonetheless, if we take these courses of action on these cases, you will be sued, but you'll have the defense of the state, and you'll have the North Carolina Dental Safe Harbor recommendation that you had state action to support your decision. And if there was a mistake, it would be corrected on recommendation for the Attorney General. It gives an elected official, and in the eyes of the Attorney General, this would be much more effective than, and probably even supplement or be the only people instead of OLRC. But nonetheless, this is what we're trying to do. We're in the process of drafting the legislation. We've been talking to other boards, directors and executive directors, and they're interested in our thought process. And I think that this is going to be a stepwise incremental solution. We'll keep tuning it up over the years. But Ms. Wilton is drafting the legislation, and we'll be getting it to a legislator who is going to introduce it, and we'll do our best to get it passed. But I just want to tell you what's going on. I know many of you have been concerned about that, and I'll stop talking and answer any questions you might have.
Patricia Wilton has her hand raised.
Ms. Wilton.
Yes, I just wanted to just briefly clarify, because Dr. Cresswell had raised this concern in a previous internal discussion, that the review of disciplinary actions is not the Attorney General doesn't intend, nor do we, that every single disciplinary action of any kind would be referred to him automatically. We're talking about the referral of something that might be more in the nature of a categorical rule, disciplinary action or rule, or something that might have antitrust implications, but not just the nuts and bolts garden variety discipline that is the primary function of the core function of the board. But if in the view of the attorneys and Dr. Cresswell, there may be some implications straying into the antitrust arena because of the specific nature of the discipline, then that's something that we might just run by them just to get their blessing on the idea that we wouldn't be straying into anti-competitive territory.
Dr. Valentine?
Questions, Dr. Valentine?
Yes, thank you. Dr. Van, is this what you were telling me about that you were working on? Is this in line with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate your work around finding a solution.
Any other questions from the board? This is a very big topic for us. The antitrust issue is huge, especially also torts is very important. And I appreciate the Attorney General working with us to help us find a solution. I really want to thank him and his office for helping us with this issue. Dr. Horton?
Actually, Dr. Johnson, I guess I would just reiterate I know since I've been on the board, the first month, as I recall, it was of great concern to me, both the Office of Risk Management as well as the antitrust world that we live in, which is beyond our understanding or how to deal with as physicians, in particular in this purview on this board. We do basically everything, or I have certainly tried to recommend that we do this under advice, particularly maybe even consent of our legal team in trying to navigate these waters. Having said that, please, I think formally, Van or Rod or Ms. Wilton, thank the Attorney General for giving us his attention in both the arena of the Office of Risk Management and the tort world that we live in, as well as the deliberative process of the legislature in trying to make sense of how we and all boards could be more functional in that not to have to be so paranoid about what we're doing or what we don't know or what we do know, and serve the public better. I think it's certainly not just us that this affects, it's all the boards throughout the nation that are trying to do public business. So I really think that we should formally in some way thank the Attorney General for helping us with this.
Well said, Dr. Johnson.
Dr. Taylor?
Dr. Taylor.
Yes, and this seems like a very elegant solution, Dr. Collada, and I'm looking forward to seeing this progress. I do have a couple of questions, though. There's a fund that's going to be created. Boards and commissions will participate and pay a fee per licensee, and that money will then go to the AG's office. I'm assuming it's completely above board for state agencies to pay the Attorney General's office a fee for services. And I'd also like to know what's our plan to generate the funds that we're going to pay into that overall fund.
Well, for example, the Attorney General said, in the beginning, there may not be a lot of people that want to do this, and maybe $10 per licensee paid to the board, from the boards to the agency would allow him to ramp up his staff and have the kind of people that he needs to do this antitrust litigation and review and to make sure that there's no problem. I think the key there is that just like if you look back to the 70s when the Patients Compensation Fund came on board, there were many insurance companies who said, oh, that'll never last. Well, 38 years later, it's still lasting, it's still functioning. And I think people will begin to see it has value. And as more people come on board, the cost per licensee can go down. I don't know when it's going to go down. I think one of the things we're going to be designing is some sort of oversight board for that fund to make sure that everything is done properly to protect the boards and commission members. I think the key is that it's going to be slow to start, but it's going to grow in time. I think we see the value. I think that the people in the real estate board clearly see the value. I think that there have been some change. The real estate board has actually got the Supreme. They have been waging a very expensive battle in the Supreme Court to also that kind of dovetails into what we're doing as well. So I think the whole concept of state action and utilizing the Attorney General's office to provide us that kind of state action is the way to go. I don't know how soon everybody will get on board, but for example, we have 33,000 licensees. At $10 a licensee, that would cost us $330,000. But remember, that's a premium that we would pay. We couldn't buy that coverage anywhere at any price. So getting that at that price is still a bargain. Now, as more and more people come on board, remember that there's 75,000 people licensed by the nursing board. There's thousands of boards that out-license everybody from electricians to plumbers and everything else. And if they choose to come on board to protect themselves, they would continue to pay in that premium and take advantage of the state action safe harbor that North Carolina dental decision stated was something that the Supreme Court would approve.
Any follow-up, Dr. Taylor?
The mechanism as far as the mechanism of payment, would, I don't know if I'm getting too deep into the woods too early, but if we're looking to pass this legislation in this session, is this $10 per person, is that something the board's going to absorb? Are we going to pass that on to the licensees? And if we are passing to the licensees, do we have to put that in the bill as a fee change?
I don't think we would initially pass it on to the licensees. I think we can absorb that amount, okay? I think the key here is to get it going, get it running. I mean, just think about it this way. If the only people that join are the real estate board, the board of medical examiners and the board of nursing, you're talking about well over $1 million that's in that fund right off the bat to handle paying the attorney general for the work that he does. And I think by making it optional, we kill the concern of the fiscal note that says, well, we can't afford to do this. Okay, if you can't afford to do it, you don't want to do it, that's fine. But some boards want to do it, some boards want that protection, and this is how we can get it for everybody.
Any other questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. I'm hearing no other questions. Dr. Collada, does that complete your report?
Yes, sir, unless anybody wanted to review the CE broker reports or anything else, I'm done.
Okay. I'd like to ask at this point, are there any public comments?
I see none at this time, Mr. President.
Okay. There was an item that I kind of skipped over because I wanted to get to your executive director report. It's the ratifications of actions by the president during while the board is not in session. And that item is 1.06.02, page 82. And for ratification are 3 items. And there you can see them. The first item is the president recently approved filling the seats of the Interstate Medical Licensure Compact Commission to include the serving president of the board and the executive director. Is there a motion to approve?
Sport moves to approve.
A second?
Second.
I don't know who second. Dr. Taylor, any discussion on whether, I mean, if you think it should be president, vice president, treasurer, whatever? I mean, that it's just whatever the board would like to do. Is this good? Does the board find this is sufficient? If you have any questions or comments. Hearing none, call the roll, please.
On the matter of the IMLCC commissioners, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes,
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yep. Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
Thank you. You have 10 votes, yea, it's affirmed.
Okay, motion carries. The second item is at the end of February, Dr. Collada had called and asked for me to, my advice and to approve the advertisement for the position of an assistant director of investigations to fill the vacancy. My recommendation to Dr. Collada was to find a full-time position with no moonlighting. And that's the recommendation I made to him. So, and that's the action I took. So I need a motion to accept and a second and discussion.
Dr. Valentine has her hand raised.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
do you have a motion?
I just had a question about this from the standpoint of Dr. Cresswell. I don't know if this was already done in the background, but just if this is going to a full-time with no moonlighting, I just wanted to make sure we could cast as large a net as possible. And so I wasn't sure if this was something that he felt with the other hires he had, that this was a need, or if we could probably look at part-time and full-time, something like that. Just based on the
Well,
need and if we've got someone fully qualified.
I appreciate those comments, but currently we're looking, this is an action taken. And so I need a
So it was
motion.
already done.
Right. So
Okay.
I
I didn't
need
realize that.
Well, we're going to have a motion to or not to accept, and then we can vote to see to deny or accept it. And then we can have some discussion.
So
Okay.
moved. So moved.
Okay, then
All right.
I'll move to accept it if this was, we could
Okay,
have the
second
conversation.
Second.
by Dr. O'Neill, and now we can have discussion. Dr. Valentine.
I was just asking if I knew there were other hires. So I was wondering, and I'm totally thinking about our bottom line, and making sure that we can most efficiently meet the needs of the agency. If we could open it to part-time positions and full-time positions and just see, some people may work faster than other people. And if we could get a super qualified part-time person, then we may be able to get our work done and save us some money. So that's where I was going with that.
Hello.
Okay. Any other comments from the board? Any comments from the public or from the staff? Dr. Cresswell, would you like to make a comment?
Sure. I would just say from my standpoint, for the record, I personally think that having someone who could be here consistently 20 hours per week would be very adequate for the position of the Assistant Director of Investigations. Would be able to cover any cases where I may have to recuse myself, which are very limited, few and far between, and also can work in the capacity as an investigator, which has happened in the past, in addition to malpractice and yes answers. So I do believe 20 hours per week would be very sufficient. I'm a little concerned that 40 hours only would significantly limit the number of very qualified people who would be very willing to serve as the assistant DOI, who are extremely well qualified.
Just a little background on why I decided to make this decision is that I felt that even though we had a highly qualified person, the model of the past led us into to be problematic. And I feel that also the issue of moonlighting has come up as an issue that even has been suggested by our Attorney General that we as a board be concerned about when it involves the Department of Investigations. I also feel the need that, from my standpoint as a board member, that we would be well served to have a full-time person in that position. And I know it may be difficult, as it was difficult to find Dr. Cresswell, but I think it's worth the effort initially to see if we couldn't find someone to be full-time who will be dedicated to the agency only. And that is why I made that decision. Any other comments on even
Dr.
what I
Taylor?
said? Dr. Taylor?
Yes, I think having the limitation of no moonlighting, along with the limitation of 20 hours a week, it's going to be very difficult to find someone who isn't either very young or getting ready to retire to even consider this position. So I think casting the net as wide as it can means that we find someone who we can offer a full-time secure position and not pay them so little that they would have to go moonlight on the side. The no moonlighting obviously would only be for future contracts, as I understand it, and would eliminate a lot of the conflict of interest issues that we've had in the past. So I think I would be supporting Dr. Clark's actions. Thank you.
Any other comments? Then we can have a vote. Hearing none, Dr. Collada, please call the roll.
On the matter of the full-time executive director, Dr. Weather,
Excuse me. You said executive director?
I apologize, the assistant DOI.
Thank you.
You
All
want
right.
to play executive director
Freudian
position?
slip.
He's trying to sneak that in there, huh?
True Freudian slip.
He's
Better
snuck
watch
that
it,
right in
man.
there.
Better watch it.
Keep our
You can't get out of there that easily.
Dr. Weather,
We'll keep our executive director. Yes.
Exactly.
all
right.
right, Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes,
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor, excuse me, Dr. Thomas,
No.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine. I'm voting against it only because of the limitations on the for, making sure they're as efficient as possible with operations, but I hear what you're saying.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
Mr. President, you have 8 yeas and 2 nays. It passes.
Thank you. Motion carries. The next item, this is something that came up earlier in the month, and I denied a licensee's request. Ms. Payton, do you want to carry it forward?
Sure, I can do that. So this involves Dr. Tejador, who in past years, 1984, had signed a consent order that was public record. In 2013, he requested the board take down the consent order from the website, and the board was not willing to designate it as anything other than public record, but agreed to take it down from the website with the stipulation that anybody that asked for a copy of it pursuant to a public records request would receive it. In January of 2021, we received a public records request, and in fact did respond to the public records request with a copy of the consent order. Since that time, Dr. Tejador has indicated he's renewing his request that it be taken down from the website. Our current laws, it's 37:1285E states that the board has the discretion of determining whether consent orders will be public record. Our rules and the board's past processes have always been that consent orders would be public record. And in fact, we codified that in a rule which is 9713, I believe C2, indicating that consent orders would be public record. And so Dr. Clark followed that line of precedence and our rules and denied Dr. Tejador's request to basically take it out of the public record. And Dr. Clark denied that. And he's asking for you to ratify his decision based on the laws, the rules, and the past history of what the board has done.
And so do we have a motion?
Valentine moves.
Dr. Valentine has moved. Second.
4 seconds.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, can you please call the roll?
Dr. Taylor, I'm sorry, Dr.
Oh, I'm
Taylor
sorry.
raised his hand.
Dr. Taylor, go ahead.
Yes, I have no problem with denying it. I'm just wondering, what about this case was such that it wouldn't come to the board? This was of the urgency that the president had to deal with it directly.
Well, it was presented to me, and probably in hindsight, maybe I should have just said, put it on the agenda. But again, it is on the agenda for you to review and to vote on. But I was
I didn't
notified
know if
of
there
it.
was something else going on that made something special. I mean, I'm perfectly fine with it. I just didn't know why this one was carved out, if there was something else about this particular case that was different.
No, sir.
And
It probably.
if there are several of
maybe-
these
maybe-
cases, well, is this something that maybe we can look into, a category where we can do maybe some more of these and unload our agenda of things that are not controversial? But I'll leave that up to the rest of the board to decide.
So what your point is for these not to come to the board?
No, I mean, there's a category of things where statement situations obvious like this, where the president can go ahead and dispose with them and then just bring them back to us to help streamline our activities.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you, Doctor. Any other questions? I try to use this authority as minimally as I can. And so I don't know what the board would like to do in regard to these matters when counsel is basically advising me that this is probably, in this case, should be denied if the board would want to have these posted or come to the board. I don't know if you'd like to see everything or not. That's something we can discuss going forward. But for now, I felt it was important that you see everything. Any comments on any of that?
I agree with you, Dr. Clark. I think that, if it's something that you have to act on in between meetings, I agree that you bring it so we at least are able to ratify the decisions, we're aware of it, and then if necessary and questioned, we know what decisions are made by the board. So thank you.
Okay. I don't think we voted on this item, or have
No,
we?
we have not, sir.
Okay, well, let's call the roll, please.
I'm sorry, I know that Dr. Valentine moved. I did not get who seconded it.
I think it was Dr. O'Neill.
Dr. O'Neill, okay,
I think so.
all right.
I believe. I may have missed, maybe it was Dr. Go ahead, please.
It was Miss
Matt-
Sport, actually.
It was
Okay,
Ms.
was
Sport, okay.
Okay, good enough. On the Taser Door matter, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Would you restate the motion or the issue?
the motion is to
Deny.
affirm the president's action that denied the removal from public records request of the report of the disciplinary action that occurred to this physician many, many years ago.
You like to have it expunged from the record.
Okay,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
okay. Dr. Horton,
Yes,
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill, Dr. O'Neill,
Yeah, yes, I'm sorry.
Dr. Taylor,
Yes.
thank you. Mr. President, you have 10 yeas. It is unanimously ratified.
Thank you very much. I think the only thing is the next that I'd like to do before we take a break is there anything under general administrative matters, Dr. Kalata, you'd like to speak of?
Nope, the next thing would be the financial report, sir.
Okay, so let's take a little 10-minute break and we'll be back.
Mr. President?
Yes?
Before we do the break then, could we tell everybody about the new technology for the executive sessions and ask all of our board members to participate in a trial?
Okay. Go
All right.
ahead. I need the break, but go ahead.
Okay, well, basically, some of you tuned in late and weren't aware of what's going on, but we've now upgraded the Zoom conference system so that we can go into executive session by changing from the present conference area to a closed meeting room where you can have your executive sessions, come out back to the regular session, vote, and then go back in for other matters to consider. So it is a little bit of a switch. You have to click something. It's not very hard, but I'm gonna let Mr. Phillips tell you what we need to do right now, and I'll join you in making the switch as Mr. Phillips designs this for us.
Okay, what we're doing is you're going to see a little pop-up perhaps on your screen that you've been invited to a room or to a breakout, and all you have to do is click join, and then you will notice that the people that have joined that breakout will all be in a separate session, not heard or seen from anybody else in the public session. And that's the way, it's something that Zoom built into their product to be able to provide for executive session type scenarios. So I'm fixing to hit that button. We got all of the board members, the attorneys, and perhaps a couple other people that will join that room. And then once we are in there, I'll give you instructions on how to get back out. It's pretty simple though. Good job, James.
All right.
All right, everybody's coming back. Good.
You were able to see that, Alan?
Yes, we're good.
Hey, Alan, are you going to have somebody on your staff monitor the YouTube stream just to make sure there's no bleed over or anything hinky going on that side while
Yeah,
we're in executive session?
James will be able to do that,
Okay, thank you.
of course. Yeah.
Great question. Thanks.
Johnny should come. My mic, well, that's kind of rude.
So Alan, if you're there, I just want you to be aware there's about a 30-second delay between what we're seeing in Zoom and what's showing up on YouTube.
Dr. Van,
Yes, sir.
you were able to see both of your sessions over there? Okay, good.
Yeah, everything's working fine from my perspective.
Perfect. Thanks.
No, I don't use.
Hello, this is Dr. Clark. I'm sorry for that a little bit longer break, but I guess we all needed it. Is everybody back? Dr. Van?
He's on the phone. Looks like he'll. be
Yeah,
there
everybody,
shortly.
it's like, okay, we'll give it a few more minutes. Alan, has all the board members returned?
I can't tell other than if we call a roll.
Okay, well, I don't, it's not necessary.
Yeah, they're muted, so I mean, I'm sure if we
Okay.
start getting into it, they'll unmute themselves.
All right. Dr. Collada,
Yes, sir.
are you available?
Yes, sir, I am.
The next item on the agenda is the financial report. And I hear that you wanted Mr. Alday to present that report to us
And
today.
here he is. He's ready to roll.
Hi, Danny Alday here. I'm happy to present the report for the month of ending January 31st, 2021. The first page of the report is showing you your bank account balances for the month of January and the preceding 12 months of January. So we're looking at the first column, which is a highlighted column, is the current year for January 2021. And then we show the remaining 12 columns or 11 columns rather, or for the periods beginning in February of 2020 and go through the end of the year. We thought this would be a good approach to show the balances because it kind of shows you a rolling 12-month period. As the year goes on, the plans are to replace the columns for the current year to replace the prior year column. So next month we'll be showing the February 2021 columns in the February column. The balances, as you can see, did go down towards the latter part of 2020 and has picked up a little bit since December. And it's primarily because of the renovations that have been done to the building and the waterproofing. Does anybody have any questions about the bank account balances?
Hi, Danny. This is Dr. Thomas.
Hi, Dr. Thomas.
Hi, how are you this morning?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. So we were presented these January numbers at the last meeting. Are we going forward, are we going to be 3 months behind on the numbers, or how will that work?
If I'm not mistaken, I think the last meeting we presented the December numbers.
Right. So are we going to be 3 months behind on the numbers?
Well, you know, so the bank statements come in sometime in the first week of the month. So we're in March. Takes a couple of weeks to do the bank reconciliations and make sure all the bills have been entered in before we can produce the financial statements. So typically it's a tight call to be able to get it in for the meeting for the prior month. I mean, it probably can be done now that we have, you know, more people on staff at the, you know, the accounting department. But sometimes it's just a matter of trying to get all the data entry in time for, and so we're kind of like 2 months behind really, right? Because January's, you know, March isn't over yet, and we can't do the accounting for March until sometime in April. So we're, you know, I guess the best we probably can do is get you to February financial statements, which would be sooner than we've ever done before, but I think that's possible.
Great, awesome. Thanks, Danny.
Danny.
Yes.
Hi, yeah, this is LaKenya Collins. I also wanted to add, and I believe our process is to provide the board members with the information 2 weeks or 3 weeks prior to the date of the board meeting. So we need to make sure we have it ready in order for them to have ample time to review as well.
That's true. I failed to make that point, but you're exactly right, LaKenya. It does, you know, the agenda has to be put together before the board meeting, and so it's hard to get all the books closed out and all the numbers in order to get them done in time for to put the agenda together.
Any other questions? Continue.
Okay, so we're looking at the month of January 2021 compared to the prior 2 years of 2020 and 2019. The numbers are pretty consistent. You know, in 2020 for penalties and fines, there was a large fine in 2020, which makes the numbers a little bit higher skewed for 2020 than the other years. But other than that, you can see the trend for the revenue is going in the upward direction pretty consistently. On the expenses section, there's not a whole lot there that sticks out as unusual. It's pretty norm for what we're expecting. And the next one is the clinical lab. It's a little bit lower for January. You know, most of the money for clinical lab comes in at the end of the year. So this is probably just a few people who are renewing early or could be even renewing late. So that's the short and sweet version. And if y'all have any questions about any of the numbers here at any time, feel free to either email me or call me. You can or direct them to Dr. Van. He will then ask me to provide the details behind the numbers. But you know, I can explain and or provide reports to explain any of the numbers on here.
Any questions for Mr. Alday in regard to the financial report?
Yes. I have a quick question just about what's on the screen here. I'm assuming this is a timing issue because this is the same year over year period that we're looking at for 19, 20, and 21, correct?
That's correct. It's 1 month periods, exactly. So you're referring to CLAB,
1 month
lab here.
Okay. Yeah, so I was just looking at the difference between the month of January 2020 and the month of January, well, really all of them, it seems a little low.
Yeah, it's because, you know, as I mentioned, most of the money for clinical lab is all renews at the end of the year. So it's just depends upon, you know, people who are renewing early, who can renew early, or renewing late. So it is a timing issue, and it's just, there's no deadline. I mean, the deadlines for filing have already, you know, happened in a prior year. So it's explained by, I guess, who wants to renew and when they want to renew by. I mean, if they want to
Dr.
renew
Valentine?
early.
Yes.
I would call your attention to the penalties and fines in the 2020 and 2019 era. You notice that
Okay.
those are significantly higher, meaning that people were renewing later. I think we had fewer people renewing late, and I think that was attributable to a number of things, not the least of which were we're sending out constant reminders about the CMEs with renewal and all that kind of stuff. So I think we had fewer people renew late in this year than we had in past.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Van. That clears it up. Appreciate it.
My pleasure, ma'am.
If there are no further questions, I'd entertain a motion to approve the financial report.
So move, Valentine.
Dr. Valentine has moved. Second.
Whether
Dr. Weather is seconded. And any further discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
On the matter of the financial report, Dr. Weather,
yes,
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Right.
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
We have to do something. I've got to vote real quick. Hang on.
Dr.
Okay.
Thomas.
Yes.
Tell me what you want me to do.
Dr. Ms. Sport, could you mute your mic, please? Ms. Sport, could you mute your mic, please? Okay. Dr. Thomas?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Clark?
Yes.
Ms. Sport? Ms. Sport?
I assume she's muted. Yes.
Yes. Dr. Valentine?
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Dr. Taylor? Dr. Taylor?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. President, you have 10 yeas, no nays. It's unanimous approval.
Motion carries. Thank you very much, Mr. Alday. Appreciate it. And Ms. Collins.
Thank you.
Future meeting dates, Dr. Collada.
Well, I don't think it's important to, the dates are what they are. We haven't changed them. We are under a modified phase 3, which continues to require 6-foot distancing, wearing masks. And I cannot safely put you all on the dais. I would have to have some of you under the people in the front, and that would raise the question of the choir boy syndrome that we've seen about people who sing in choirs and the potential for contamination.
Van, before you continue, this is what you're answering is basically 3 months ago, we stated that we were going to continue. We were going to give it 3 months, and we're going to take another look in March to if we could continue, should go forward and move our meetings back to New Orleans. So this is that answer to that question. I just want to give you a little, yeah, okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I thought everybody understood. Please forgive me.
No, I didn't clarify. It's my fault. Go ahead.
All right. So in order to safely distance everybody, there would have to be 5 on the dais and 5 on the floor in front of the dais, which means the people would be talking over you and the potential for contamination, as we talked about in terms of choirs. Additionally, I would have to push back the tables for the staff, and I would have to decrease the number of seats available for people in the audience. I'm not sure that the board wants to do that at this time. I would suggest to you that we plan on having the April meeting and the May meeting as we do it. And in April, we reevaluate for May again and then consider June. And we do a kind of a rolling 2 months because it's really unclear what the mayor is going to do, what the numbers are going to do. And I think that while we are still in this new modified phase 3, We have significant social distancing that has not changed, and we still have the requirement for masks. And I think it may be safer for us to do it at least for April and consider May when we meet in April again.
Okay, Mary, will this require a motion? Or is just Ms. Payton?
Yes, in order to continue to meet by Zoom,
Yeah.
you know, y'all could just do a group yay or nay. I don't think it requires like a roll call and all of that.
Okay.
But I would add, you know, I think the social distancing and masks, like Dr. Collada has said, are required. And I do think if we, you know, had YouTube going for a public, it would be very difficult for those individuals to see who's speaking if they were watching, and also difficult for them to hear. So those are just other concerns with regard to doing a YouTube with meeting in person. So at this point in time, it does appear that the option that we're doing right now with going into the breakout rooms is the best option currently, to be revisited next month.
So your recommendation is to continue currently and to kind of reassess every month to see where we are, but at least go forward 2 months, reassessment every month, and make decisions as things change and allowed. So do I have a motion to that effect?
O'Neill, so moved.
It's moved by Dr. O'Neill, second.
Valentine, second.
Dr. Valentine, any further discussion on this topic? Okay, hearing none. By voice vote, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All in dissension, nay. Hearing none, we'll continue the motion carries. We'll continue to meet by Zoom and reassess on a monthly basis going forward. Okay, thank you very much. Next is the regulatory report, Ms. Payton.
So March 25th, the OLRC met and considered the 8 rules listed on our regulatory rules in progress page for consideration, final review, and they passed those. They will now be sent to the legislative committees for their consideration. And if thereafter there's no changes, then those will go to the Louisiana Register for final publication. The next item is proposed rules for board consideration.
Ms. Payton, per our discussion before the meeting, pre-meeting meeting, I'd made the comment that as these are put into the register, I would suggest that you come back to the board and give a little review, because a summary of these rules, because I think they've been out there for so long that we tend to forget what the content of these rules are. And so as they become effective, I would appreciate that you come back to the board and give an update on the content of each rule, just to keep us educated.
Sure, I'll be happy to do so. I would direct also under the 2.1 or 2.00.01 rules and regulations report, details each of the rules themselves. I did not attach a copy of each of the rules, but they are on our website under the regulatory rules report. And next time, I'll be happy to go through each one individually if you want to refresh everybody's recollection. But,
I think it's important. It's been a while since we've done that.
Sure. And in the meantime, if anybody wants to take a look, they are listed both in the rules under development in the agenda, which also goes to the public. So the public is always able to know what rules are being promulgated in the process. They're on the actual notice of the agenda. And they're also on our website under rules. And then there's a tab for regulatory in progress. And each one is listed individually for 2020. And so you can look at the actual rules, and then also this agenda each agenda has a summary of the different rules.
Appreciate it. And I think it's also good for us, but it's good for the public too, for them to understand, because sometimes it's difficult to understand the legalese. So I think it's good to discuss them. Continue. I'm sorry. You're now under proposed rules.
Sure. So proposed rules, as you guys know, the legislature passed the Interstate Medical Licensure Compact Law earlier. You guys ratified Dr. Clark's nomination to that commission of the executive director, the current executive director, and the current president. And in order to continue some of the practice requirements that we have, that we require of our regular licensees, we needed to implement some rules. There are only 9 different criteria for the IMLC license to issue. And they do not have some of the same criteria that we do, such as either citizenship and or documentation of visa and documentation of ability to work in the country. They likewise don't have for renewal certain CMEs, and they do not ask the questions we ask on our oath page in the application. And so we needed to provide a way to capture those. The license would issue and be granted just based purely upon the compact law requirements, which we did attach the compact law to this as Exhibit B. And you might just want to write down, if you want to look at it later, it's the requirements are under Section 2K. And like I said, those requirements do not encompass all of the same things that normal licensure in Louisiana requires. But nevertheless, once they meet those 9 requirements, we issue the license. And it would be what we have termed an IMLC license. Thereafter, they would have 90 days within which, under these proposed rules, to provide satisfactory documentation of either citizenship or current and valid legal authority to reside and work in the United States. They would also have 90 days following the issuance of the license to respond in sworn written responses on forms the board approves to questions regarding different topics. And the different topics are basically the topics that are covered on our oath page. The questions are not listed in the rules, just the topics. And the questions would be formulated on the forms themselves and approved by the board in advance, just like they are with regard to our normal licensure application questions and our normal licensure application for renewal. Violation or failure to respond within the 90 days would be cause for a investigation of unprofessional conduct and possible administrative hearing. That would be the due process aspect of it. It was suggested at one point, the idea of just an administrative revocation. However, I think it's, since they are already fully licensed at this point, it would need to be a due process procedure. And following that, would require it to go to investigations, just as if they had committed a violation, because by definition it would have been, and then following the normal procedures there. This is only after the lapse of the 90 days within which they would have had to supply all of this information. And we will do our best to put on the website these additional practice requirements so that anybody that applies for an IMLC license would know in advance that they will need to provide these things. The next thing that is not accounted for in the IMLC law is continuing medical education. And so the rules that I've drafted accommodate that. And so if you are a regular licensee in Louisiana, it would follow the CME rules that are actually currently in progress of being promulgated with regard to non-renewal. And those individuals have some time to complete those requirements, but you're not eligible for renewal under a normal license if you haven't completed your CME. With regard to an IMLC license, since we are mandated to issue the license if they've met the requirements under the law of the IMLC law, we now would have a rule that would require them within 90 days to provide evidence of completion of the CME with failure to do so, also resulting in a referral to investigations under 1285A13 and 30, which are essentially unprofessional conduct for non-cooperation with the board and failure to abide by the board's rules and regulations. Again, that would only be after 90 days time during which they have to show us that they have in fact complied. And those are the rules. That's the explanation of the rules that I have drafted. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to.
Before we go to questions, Mary, this is going to require a motion. And so what I would ask is that we move on it for this draft to move forward, correct?
Yes.
So, and then we can have discussion after we move. Motion to accept the IMLC draft. Do I have a motion?
Weather, so move.
Dr. Weather has motioned. Second?
O'Neill.
Sport.
Ms. Porter O'Neill, whoever wished to put down, has seconded. Now we can have an open discussion about this draft. Any comments from the board? Any comments from staff? Any comments from the public?
Dr. Thomas has her hand raised.
Dr. Thomas, you're recognized.
So Mary, are you saying that there's a difference between the requirements for the IMLCC licensees and the licensees that are currently already licensed?
Yes, there is a difference between the requirements for an IMLC license and the requirements for a Louisiana license for US graduates and or IMG graduates. There are also differences between the IMLC's renewal requirements and Louisiana's renewal requirements. And these rules are an attempt to, within 90 days after licensure for the IMLC licenses, to bring them basically into the same, I want to say compliance, but the same, to have the same elements met, since independently we do value those. And that's why those rules were drafted.
Dr. O'Neill, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I have a follow-up question.
Dr. Thomas, go ahead, please.
So is the intention to have all licensees transition to IMLC status?
No, not at all.
Okay, and
it's less expensive for a license applicant to just apply to the state of Louisiana. However, the legislature saw fit to include us in the Interstate Medical Licensure Compact law, and that law has to be the same as it is in the other states in which that has been passed.
Mm-hmm.
And so the requirements were drafted probably well over 5 to 10 years ago and are separate and apart from our requirements.
Right.
And they actually, to the degree that there's any conflict, they supersede our laws. So if somebody applies for an IMLC license, it really just proceeds under the revised statute applicable to Interstate Medical Licensure Compact, which is the revised statute 37:1310.1. And it's just, they're a little different. As I said, they don't include all of the different requirements that we normally have for Louisiana licensure, but which we consider valuable for the practice of medicine. And
Sure.
so the rules are an attempt to capture information about those matters that IMLC does not require for licensure, but for which we would require for the practice of medicine in the state of Louisiana.
So who is eligible for an IMLC license?
So you are, you meet the qualifications. There's 9 different requirements. The first one is graduate of a medical school accredited by the Liaison Committee on Medical Education, the Commission on
May I stop you, Mary?
Yes, ma'am.
So is it only out-of-state physicians that are eligible for the IMLC application?
No, ma'am. You can apply if you are a resident of the state of Louisiana. You could apply for an IMLC license, and you would be likely interested in naming not just Louisiana as maybe your state of principal licensure, but you might be interested in being licensed in Texas, Mississippi, and Arkansas. And I think at this point, Texas is debating whether to enter IMLC, so they're not quite involved yet. I believe Mississippi is. I don't recall if Arkansas is yet or not. So that's just an example, though.
Arkansas is not,
So-
Mary.
Okay.
So Mary, I guess I'm having, because I attended the class for this maybe like 2 years ago. I guess what I'm having trouble wrapping my head around, are most states doing it either or are we like meshing the two together, or?
So you can't, the rules are really an attempt to bring some of the requirements that we value for the practice of medicine into the IMLC range in terms of once you are licensed as an IMLC person, you must also meet these requirements to practice. But they are 2 different ways of being licensed. It's and they are that way necessarily because IMLC, was drafted completely separate from us. It's presented as a package deal, so to speak, to the legislature. And the legislature wanted to participate in this because I'm guessing, I can't presume to know all of their reasons, but they saw value in the interstate nature of the license. And there are approximately, I believe, 38 states that have approved it. And so they saw some value to that. Not everybody will want to do this, though. They may not want licensed in these other states. They may not want to pay the additional fees associated with being licensed in these other states. Just like we're doing with our rules and looking at whether or not to require that IMLC licensed individuals meet additional qualifications to practice. I'm sure other states, and I have been told that other states have similar rules that deal with CME and things like that. And so a practitioner may not want to get CME of a certain type in 3 different states and keep track of all of that. They may not be interested in that. And so that person may just be interested in being licensed under our regular laws and rules, just like they normally have for their entire career. And that's one avenue that they can
I guess
continue
that's really what I'm having trouble wrapping my brain around. So like, you can pick what kind of license you want and what requirements you have to meet?
You would be able to do so. Basically, yeah. Now the rules that we're putting into place are attempting to ensure that the IMLC licensed individuals also still have to comply with the same provisions that the other applicants for the state of Louisiana have to do. It's just a matter of the state applicants have to do it prior to being licensed, whereas the IMLC individuals are licensed and then have to comply with the rules within 90 days or face a possible administrative hearing on the failure to do so.
Got it.
That's one of the reasons we had to That's one of the reasons we had to put in the due process, is
Thank
because
you,
they're
Mary.
already licensed.
You know, what's obvious in this is that we're losing some authority as a board, and our legislature is losing some authority as well to control the process. And that's the fact of the matter. And I am concerned, but my concern is that we just have to continue to watch it very closely. But this is done by statute. So as a board, we have no action other than to comply. And that's what Mary has drafted these rules to do, is to comply with the statute. And I agree with Dr. Thomas. I have questions as well and some concerns. Any other comments from the board?
If Dr. Thomas,
O'Neill?
Actually,
Go ahead.
Van has his hand up. Go ahead, Van.
Go ahead.
I would tell you all that it's about $700 to apply for an initial license with the IMLCC, as opposed to our $325 with all the fees paid here. $335, I should say, but they will still have to pay those other two fees that we pay, besides our $300 versus their $700. Number one. Number two, you have to think of it as an alternative path to licensing. I think the value of it is yet to be shown, but I think very clearly there are some deficiencies compared to what we have been obsessively doing in our state to make sure people were well licensed. I think that Mary's drafted these very carefully to bring them into compliance. And I think that some people will say it's not worth it, and some people will say it is worth it, and that's what their option is to do. Some people do it because of the concept of the telemedicine, but we still have a telemedicine certificate that's still cheaper. It's $300 as opposed to $700 for an IMLCC. So people will make a value judgment as to what they want to do. For example, if you wanted as an OBGYN, Dr. Thomas, to be licensed by the IMLCC, you start by paying them the $700. We issue what's called a letter of qualification from the primary source state, which would be Louisiana. And then that is good for 1 year. And you can take that to Mississippi, to any other IMLCC state, and get a license. However, you will pay fees for each one of those states. So again, I think the best way to think of it is an alternative pathway to licensing. And I think Mary's doing a great job in making sure that we try and hold the quality, even if it's in the back end. The good news is they're only about, there's not that many licensed IMLCC licenses right now. It's about 15,000 nationwide.
Any other comments from the public, from the staff, or board members?
Rob, this is Pat.
Go ahead, Pat.
Get that off. Yeah, I was going to ask, do we have any sense of the numbers of people that our licensing office is going to have to manage over the 2 years after implementation?
I don't anticipate the numbers are going to be that high. You
Okay.
talk to Mississippi, there are about 300 people that have licenses in Mississippi.
Yeah. And actually, the only reason Arkansas is not one of the states is they have a very powerful senator that's blocked any attempt to go that route about telemedicine in general. Yeah, you guys, a lot of this is aimed at telemedicine, but also like cardiologists that read EKGs across state lines, radiologists, and a lot of those organizations currently have to get individual licenses with all of them. So that was the financial backing for this initially, but it's kind of mutated over time. Yeah, in California, for instance, the initial license is over $1,500, I think. Some other states are much more expensive than us. So anyway, I just would throw that at you.
I would like everybody to know you do have a copy under Exhibit B of the IMLC Compact Law in its entirety, so you can review that. And it does have other provisions that the rules that I'm proposing do not deal with, regarding disciplinary action and so forth, that you might find interesting to review.
Now, Mary, under this current statute, you do not have to be a citizen of the U.S. to apply for this license, correct?
Right, that's not a requirement of the IMLC.
But it's a state. Our board does require it our statute, Louisiana law and our rules do require that you have to be a citizen of the United States. Is that correct?
That is correct. And the IMLC law supersedes Louisiana's other revised statute that does require it, which is one of the reasons why we're doing a draft of these rules.
No, and I just wanted the board to understand that as well. That's a big issue, huge issue.
Well, and to put into the rules applicable to an IMLC license that within 90 days, they supply satisfactory documentation of either citizenship or a valid and current legal authority to reside and work in the United States, which is what we currently require.
Okay, good. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion or comments? Dr. Collada, call the roll for ratification of this draft.
On the ratification for the IMLCC rule draft, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes,
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor,
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. President, it's unanimous, 10 votes yea, no nays.
Motion carries. Mary, any other discussion on any draft rules?
I'm sorry, Dr. Collada, if you want to go forward.
I know, go ahead, Mary. I just want to tell you, there's a couple of other small ones I'm going to pull up on the screen right now.
But no drafts. These are all just
No,
proposed rules.
these are all proposed. Hopefully, we'll have a couple more drafts for you next time.
Right.
Okay.
We'd like to have authorization to work on these.
You need you can all, I don't think you need a board approval. I think you can move forward.
Thank you, sir.
And then if you bring something to us, then we can either vote it up or down.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Did you want to have the list up, Dr. Van?
Yeah, if you want to go through it real quick, you can.
The first one would just be adding recusal of the DOI or assistant DOI under the current rule, which applies only to board members, which is 9920. And it just provides a method for the DOI and the assistant DOI where they feel it's required to recuse. It gives us a regulation that allows them to do so. The next one would be revocation of the marijuana chapter due to the change in the law from the 2020 session, where they basically took the marijuana recommendations out of the hands of the board, and taking away the registration as well as regulation, and allowed recommendations to come from any physician for some very generalized reasons, as opposed to only the debilitating conditions that had been previously named. And so we would draft some rules to revoke that marijuana chapter. And finally, the CLP committee and the OT committees are working on some suggested rule changes. And I think the CLP committee is a little further along with that. And once we have a chance to review those and ensure that they're meeting due process and equal protection requirements, we'll present those to the board.
Okay.
Kim Sport has her hand raised.
Sport, you have a question? Comment? Ms. Sport?
You're muted.
I'm
Ms.
trying
Sport,
to
you
space.
may-
I'm trying the space bar, Dr. Neal. It's not working for me. I would like to suggest, based on a discussion that we had earlier, that we remove our board's discretion for making consent orders public or non-public, and say specifically that our consent orders will be public.
I think that discretion, is that in the statute? See, this in,
Yes.
I don't want to Mary, please answer the question, but it's in the statute that makes that exception. Our rules do not make an exception.
Actually,
Go
our
ahead,
rules
Mary.
Our rules do.
Correct.
They do
rules
too?
state that- Our rules state that it's discretion, that it's, we're going to make it public record. the law states that it's within our discretion. And so we
Okay.
can, unless we
It's
want to
already there. No.
legislature. But our
No, but,
rules clearly state that we will have it be public record.
Okay, my mistake.
So
Thank you so
it's-
much.
It's already there, so that's good stuff.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Next, Mary, you continue?
I'm sorry, I think there was one last one, with regard to the pro tem DOI, just establishing that the qualifications for that person will be the same to match the DOIs under the law, the 37:1270, open parentheses 9. That was the
Okay.
legal change done, I believe, in 2018. And
Well,
we would draft a rule that the pro tem DOI's qualifications would match that.
we would, we'll wait those drafts to come before us. Thank you so much. Regulatory report, Mary, do you want to give that, or Van, do you want to do that? I mean, I'm sorry, we did that already. I apologize. So I think we're close to executive session.
You are
Yeah,
correct, sir.
Are there any comments from the public?
I have seen none, sir.
And we'll give a few more minutes just to be
Yeah,
sure.
none at this time.
We'll give a couple minutes. Mary, do you have any other comments, or Ms. Wilton, before we go into executive sessions, regard to any of these rules at all?
I do not, thank you.
Okay. Dr. Collada, any comments?
Hopefully the next month we'll have the rules for discussion on the use of nitrous oxide in doctors' offices, but we're working on that right now, and we'll have the rule for the use of the laser for pain that was requested last month. We'll hopefully have those two finished for next month.
Okay. Mr. Phillips, I'm gonna ask one last time, any public comments at this time?
No, sir.
Okay, may I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. O'Neill, second. Second, please. Dr. Valentine. Hearing no dissension, we'll be going into executive session. I think Mr. Phillips has to do some electronic stuff, right? For us to do that.
Point of
Okay.
order, anyone left watching the regular session, either make sure you keep yourself muted, or you could leave the meeting temporarily. Thank you.
Okay, we're now going into executive session.
Okay, everybody's joining. Give us another minute.
Give it a minute. Alan, you just tell me when.
Yes, I would like to make sure, obviously, that all the board members are back. Not everybody's back yet, but want to give us another minute. Give it a minute. Okay, I think we're good.
Okay. I would entertain a motion for approval of the minutes of the executive session from February 22nd and March 16th.
Sport so moves.
Okay, a second.
Valentine. Second,
Yeah.
Valentine.
Dr. Valentine, any dissension? I guess I need to wait. Before I do that, let me add something to this. I also need a motion for the litigation, to approve the litigation report. Do I have a motion for that?
Sport so moves.
Ms. Sport is moved. Second.
Second, Valentine.
So thank you, Dr. Valentine. Hearing no questions, I will ask Dr. Collada to call the roll for the approval of the minutes and the litigation report. Dr. Collada.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay,
Yes.
on approval of the minutes, Dr. Weather,
And the litigation
Yes.
report.
and the litigation report.
Yes, again.
Dr. Johnson,
All right.
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes,
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
and Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
It's unanimous.
Motion.
It's approved.
Okay. All right. No, I'm sorry. I'm getting a little counsel from my attorneys for trying to expedite things. Okay, motion to go to back into executive session.
So moved, O'Neill.
Dr. O'Neill, second.
Taylor, second.
Dr. Taylor, we're going to be going back into executive session, and we're going to take a lunch break for, let's see, till 12:20. So going back into executive session. Alan, just tell me when everybody's back, please.
Okay.
We're now in public session.
James, go ahead and pull yours. There you go. Thank you, sir. Looks like all board members are back, as for best I could tell.
Okay, welcome back to public session. There is a request to initiate a formal investigation or preliminary review for 7.04.01, 7.04.02, 7.04.03, 7.04.04, 7.04.05, 7.04.06, and 7.04.07. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Thomas, second. May I have a second?
Sport seconds.
Ms. Sport is second. Any other discussion? Knowing that it is limited? Hearing none. Dr. Collada, please call the roll for a yay vote or nay.
On the matter at hand, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
He's not back in yet.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
and Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
You have 9 yeas and 1 abstention, sir.
The motions carry. By voice vote, may I have a motion to extend the preliminary review?
So moved.
So moved by Dr. Thomas, second.
Second.
By Dr. Taylor, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any dissension? Hearing none, motion passes. For the consent orders. Okay. I'm going to, for 7.0501, 7.0502, 7.0503, 7.05.04, I'm going to skip 7.0505. We're going to do that separately because we have a recusal by Dr. Valentine. 7.05.06, 7.05.07, 7.05.08, and then I'm going to skip the next case and go on to 7.05.10. I would hope that we could have a motion to approve these. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
So moved, Taylor.
So moved and seconded, Dr. Thomas and Dr. Taylor. All in favor? Let's call the roll. Excuse me, call the roll, please, on these cases.
All right. You want to call them individually or just on all the cases at once, sir?
I have a message. Mary's sending me a message in the middle of us voting, and I'm trying to see what she's asking me to do. She's asking, I can't discuss this. Mary can probably hear me. I can't discuss this in public session. When we get back in in executive session, Mary, we can talk about this. Okay. All right. Oh, yes. All the ones that I just mentioned, I'm asking for approval. 7.0501, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 10.
Okay.
And I think I have a motion and a second, and all we need is a vote.
On all of those, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor,
Yes.
oh, Mr. President, it's 10 yeas, no nays. It is unanimous.
Okay, thank you. I need a motion to approve 705.05, noting that Dr. Valentine is recused. Motion to accept.
Calling the roll.
No, well, I need a
Taylor.
motion in a second.
So moved.
So moved.
So
Second.
moved, Taylor.
All right, Dr. Taylor and Ms. Sport, call the roll, please.
Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
She's recused.
recused, okay. And Dr. O'Neill
Yes.
and Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
Motion carries. I need a motion to deny on 7.05.09. Do I have a motion to deny?
So moved.
So moved by
Second.
Dr. Thomas, second by Dr. O'Neill. Please call the roll.
Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
It passes unanimously, 10 votes, yes.
Motion carries. Letters of concern, may I have a motion to approve 7.06.01, 7.06.02, 7.06.04, and 7.06.05.
So
May I have a
moved.
motion?
O'Neill.
So moved by Dr. O'Neill, second.
Second, Thomas.
Dr. Thomas, please call the roll.
On the motion, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
It is unanimous, sir. It
Motion
carries.
for the next letter of concern, 7.06.03, I will relinquish the chair to Dr. Thomas. I am recused as well as Dr. Johnson.
So may I have a motion for approval
So moved,
Oh.
Horton.
in a second?
O'Neill.
Dr. Collada, would you mind calling the roll, please?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson abstains, recuses. Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark recuses. Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
Madam Chair, you have 8 yeas and 2 recusals. It
Thank you,
carries.
Dr. Collada. The motion carries.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. I need a motion to go back into executive session.
Dr. Clark, before we do that, I was brought to my attention that the board did not vote on to commence preliminary review, just to commence the formal investigations, but not the preliminary review.
I did. I asked for that. But I can go, I did ask for that, Dr. Cresswell. At least I thought I did. I said formal investigations and preliminary review. I thought not, that's what I thought I said, but if
Okay,
we
just wanna
want to
make sure.
assure, if we want to assure it, I can have, let's go ahead and just reaffirm it. Now, I had a question, and I think I know the answer to it. that we don't have to talk about the case. We don't have to approve interim actions, correct?
It's just, I believe that's
Just in general, I'm not talking about any particular
you signed
case.
off on it. I'm not sure whether you guys vote on to ratify
Usually-
your decision or not.
Usually we don't,
Okay.
because it's an interim act, but if you think that's necessary and the council chime in, do I need to do that?
My understanding is this is about 70301.
Correct. It was the first item on the agenda. I don't think in the past we have, but I will entertain a motion. That'd be fine.
Yeah, just a ratification of the interim action.
Okay, and we'll do that and reaffirm the preliminary reviews. Is that okay, Dr. Cresswell?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
I just wanted to clarify, is the preliminary review item number 07.04.08?
No, we did that one.
Yeah, it's zero.
It's 03, it's 0.03 through 0.07. I think we did those, but I'll do them. I know I did them, but we'll do them again.
So
Just for
moved,
the. Okay, second. Do I need a second out there?
Actually, I do have that those were done, 7.04.01 through.
I thought I did.
Yes.
So only thing we need is the vote on the interim action.
Okay.
Okay. And
7.04.08 done. That's what I didn't have.
that was the voice vote. I didn't do a roll call on that one.
Okay, my apologies.
Okay. That's all right. You got to keep up, Mary. Just picking. I'm sorry if I'm moving too fast. Interim action, we need to approve on 7.03.01. Dr. Valentine has already moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
May I have a second, Ms. Sport?
Sport.
Please call the roll.
On the motion, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Dr. Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill, Dr. O'Neill, Dr. Taylor.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I got a yes from O'Neill, yes from Taylor. You have a unanimous vote of 10 affirms.
Motion carries. Before we go out of and back into executive session, Mary, I'm just remind me, did we when we in the public session, did we approve the regulatory report and the financial report and all that stuff? I can't recall.
Don't think I would defer to Ms. Jacinta on her notes, but I don't recall
We may have skipped over that. I'm just thinking about that now that
the regulatory.
we kind of got worked up on those proposed rules, and we may have forgotten to do that before we went to executive session.
We actually approved the financial report and we approved the rules to proceed.
How about the regulatory report? That's always arguable if we need to do that or not. But
Yeah, usually you just accept it as is. There's
okay,
usually
so all the housekeeping is done. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, just wanted to be sure. All righty then. Thank you very much. Motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
So moved by Dr. O'Neill, second.
Sport.
Ms. Sport is seconded. We're back into executive session as we push the button. I see no dissension. Here we go. Mr. Allen, just let me know when all the board members are back, please.
Right, looks like they're back.
Okay. We're now in public session for the closed cases. I will need a motion to approve 7.07.01 through, let's see, let me just go one by one. Excuse me, 7.07.02, 7.07.03, 7.07.04, 7.07.05, 7.07.06, 7.07.08, and 107. I may have forgot 107.107, 7.07.09, 7.07.10, 07.07.11, 07.07.12, 07.07.13, 7.07.15, 7.07.16, 7.07.17, 7.07.19, 7.07.20, 7.07.21, 0.707.23, and then for the remainder, 7.07.25 through 39. May I have a motion to approve?
Support.
Ms. Ford, it moves, second. Have a second? Dr. Valentine is seconded. No discussion on this matter. Dr. Collada, please call the roll.
Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor,
Yes.
Mr. President, you have 10 yeas, no nays.
Motion carries. On the case of 7.07.18, Dr. Valentine is recused. Do I have a motion to accept?
So move, Weather.
Dr. Weather has moved, second.
Sport, second.
Ms. Ford, second. Call the roll, please.
Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine recuses, Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
and Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
You have 9 yeas and 1 abstention for recusal.
Motion carries. 7.07.22, Dr. O'Neill has recused. The motion to approve,
So moved. Sport.
second.
Second.
Dr. Valentine, please call the roll.
On 7.07.22, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill recuses, Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
You have 9 yeas, 1 recusal, Mr. President.
Motion carries. On item 7.07.24, I am recused. Dr. Johnson, you have the gavel.
Okay,
7.07.24, motion to approve. I'm recused.
a motion to approve. Would you call the roll, Vincent, please?
Yes, sir. Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark recuses, Dr. Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, you have 9 yeas and 1 recusal.
Okay. Next, I'll need a motion to approve the malpractice report, the closed case report, and to approve the termination of probation routine on 7.010, 9.01.01 and 9.0102. Have a motion on those, please?
Sport so moves.
Okay, Dr. Taylor moves, second by Ms. Sport. Please call the roll.
Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes,
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas. Dr. Thomas. Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
Mr. President, you have 9 yeas and 1 abstention.
Motion carries. Requests from probationers. Request to a vote to deny on 9.02.01. Do I have a motion to deny the request?
Sport. Seconds.
All right, Dr. O'Neill, second by Ms. Sport. Call the roll, please.
Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
yes,
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas, Dr. Thomas, Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, you have 9 yeas and 1 abstention.
And lastly, motion to accept on the request 09.02.02. Do I have a motion to accept the request? May I have a move on that, please?
Sport moves.
Move seconds.
You second.
Dr. Yu has seconded. Please call the roll.
Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
yes,
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas, Dr. Thomas, Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
Mr. President, you have 9 yeas and 1 abstention.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion to go back into executive session?
I'll move Valentine.
Dr. Valentine, second, please. May I have a
Sport
second?
second.
Ms. Sport, hearing no dissension, we will go back into executive session.
Okay, here we go.
and our council only. So we're going offline for about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Wait, I think we got kicked back into the general session out of the.
Yeah, I had to,
Is that correct?
I'm clearing everybody out and we're going to go right back.
Okay, good deal.
Is Dr. Valentine back in?
No, I'm still.
Is this something I'm participating in or am I done?
You're done, Dr. Cresswell. Dr. Collada is done. And it's just going to be council and the board.
Sounds
And
good. Thank you,
thank you. And I
But
think.
right now,
I
we're
think-
in
Right
the
now, y'all
general
are in public
session, right?
session. Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
streaming on YouTube. It's still live.
Oh,
So
we
just-
went to executive session.
I'm fixing, I had to kick everybody
No,
out,
he's
Dr.
fixing-
Clark. We're fixing to go right back to executive session.
I thought we went back. No? Uh-oh.
You did go back. He had to bring you back so he can kick everybody else out.
Oh, okay. Phew. All right, man. Made my heart
You're
flutter.
good.
Oh,
You guys are still
y'all
in
gonna,
public
I'm telling you, this stuff is gonna get to me one of these days.
We did go in executive session. Then he kicked everybody out.
Oh, okay.
You guys are still in public session, just FYI.
Yeah, Alan's
Okay.
gonna put everybody back in.
Okay, all
All right.
right. Take care.
Dr. Clark.
Bye-bye. Yeah,
Dr. Clark.
we can't, let's be cautious of what we're talking about now. We're in public session. So
Alan, while you doing that, can you just mute the mics?
let's go into public executive right now. Hey, hello, everybody back or?
I think you guys are still in the general session.
I pushed the button to be an executive.
No, it's still showing live.
It's still showing live.
Okay. So what the world's going on with this mess?
Yeah, I think everybody left you, Dr. Clark.
Well, let me leave this. I don't know what's going on.
See if you have a blue button at the bottom, Dr. Clark, to get into the room.
Well, it says, I'm not, can you send it to me again to join? Because I pushed it and it didn't go, I don't think.
Let me text Alan. He left the room. He would have to do that.
You forgot Dr. Clark. He's out here with us.
I'll just tell everyone I'm linked out.
I just texted Alan.
Everybody, y'all are still live on YouTube.
Yes, sir.
I know I can't, I don't have a link to get back in.
Dr. Thomas, if you see the blue button, can you just click it to get into the room, please? Same thing for you, Dr. O'Neill.
All I have is a button that says leave. I don't want to leave.
No, don't hit the red leave button because you'll leave the meeting.
Alan's working on it right now.
Okay.
Okay, well, if y'all are done with me, I'm gonna run. I have to go get my second vaccine.
Okay.
Y'all have a good one.
Thanks, Trace.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, bye, guys.
They're having technical problems with me.
Dr. O'Neill?
Dan, you still there?
Yes, sir. I'm on the live. Y'all have not gone into the executive session yet.
Well, I think they are, but not me. Everyone's there, but not me, I believe.
Okay,
Everyone
right.
is in executive except for
Dr. Clark.
Hill and Dr.
And it's not come up on my screen to join.
Go down to the bottom and see it. Oh, it's up at the top on the right for the last time.
All it has is leave, Van. Do you think I should just leave and try to get back on?
Is it a blue leave or a red leave?
Yes, leave.
Red leave. It's a red leave.
No.
Go ahead and leave and get back on. I closed the session down. We'll get everybody back joined.
All right, I'm going to tell y'all goodbye.
Bye.
Yeah.
Are we supposed to be back in the main room now?
Yes,
I
for
think
just a
Alan's
minute.
fixing something
Yeah,
for
just for a minute, Dr. Taylor. It looks like Dr. Clark shut his whole session down, so he's gonna have to rejoin. Here he comes now.
Okay. All right, is anybody there?
Yes.
All right, so y'all gonna give me that link to get in?
Here it comes. I'm opening it back up and everybody should get the link.
Okay.
All right. I still see Dr. Thomas and Dr. Taylor and the public session. Now only Dr. Taylor.